Yes, good morning and welcome to Paritutu for the final of the 70th Taranaki Women's Open Fours Tournament. I'm delighted to be joined in commentary again this morning by former New Zealand Blackjack representative Kathy Andrews. Good morning, Kathy. We're in for a great final, I suspect, between Natasha Grimshaw's Kia Toa side and the Renwick side skipped by Jane McIntyre.
I'm sure we are, Grant. They both played extremely good bowls yesterday, and I'm sure we're in for a good final.
First end just underway as we join you in this commentary this morning. The second bowl now just being delivered by the lead for Natasha Grimshaw, and that's Sarah Weeks from the Omaranui Club in Hastings. In fact, three of the players in the Hawke's Bay side that Grimshaw is skipping are from that Omaranui Club. Grimshaw the only one out of the Kia Toa Club. And they came through a tense semi-final yesterday, defeating Karen Forrest from Manurua by 24 shots to 22 on an extra end. Of course, in our semi-final coverage yesterday, we were able to view and be impressed by this Marlborough side, which includes this number 2, currently playing at the moment, Larita Franklin, and she just slips through the head with her first delivery. This bowl now on the backhand side has been delivered by Sue Rogers, the 6th year player, playing at no 2 for Grimshaw, and they've had a couple of trial ends, so it's unsurprisingly that Rogers has been able to get a reasonably good feel for the weight with that first bowl. She was just a little wide. But it is the Kia Toa side holding the shot at this early stage of this first end. A little disappointed Franklin will be with that second delivery. Well short. Quickly into their work they are. Certainly I'm struggling to keep up with these ladies. They play a lot quicker than what I do. As Rogers with her second delivery, angling in towards the head, a little on the heavy side, and she'll trickle through into a reasonable position nonetheless. I guess, Kathy, as you commence a game like this, it's important to get that feel, get that rhythm going.
Definitely, Grant. Probably takes 2 or 3 ends to get into the rhythm. Some of them are probably a little bit tense, but Dot's just a little bit short with her bowl. She played some great bowls yesterday for the Renwick side.
And on the mat now we have the number 3 for Grimshaw, which is Hannah Ria da Silva, just a 5th year player out of the Omaranui Club. She had her first 2 years at the Bluff Hill Club, and she's playing down on her forehand side. Looks to be well pointed, and she'll just move through slightly. Speaking with the Hawke's Bay side, or particularly the front 3 prior to the game, they are a very young side, with both Weeks and Rio da Silva just junior players still. But of course they do have vastly experienced Skip and Natasha Grimshaw, and all of them were delighted to see some of those big bowls come down from her yesterday in that semi-final against Forrest. So Arneson a little astray with her first 2 bowls. Gives Rio da Silva a chance to add to the 2 shots currently being held by the Grimshaw team.
Tasha watching this one closely. Just a little bit short and a little bit narrow.
So we are of course playing 25 ends today in this final. That has been the duration of the games for longer than certainly I can remember in my lifetime. I suspect it would be at least 60 years that has been the accepted format, other than weather conditions dictating a reduction in play. And therefore we are likely to see lots of little changes and twists and turns during this final. And as we said yesterday, it is an endurance test, a test of concentration. McIntyre, delivery that we saw so frequently yesterday and so successfully, plays down on the backhand side with her first bowl. We suspect she is 3 down.
Oops, a little bit wide, a little bit heavy, more heavy than anything.
So just trying to draw the shot, I suspect, on this opening end. Still quite a open head, plenty of room to draw the shot or reduce the count. Grimshaw, the most well known of these players on the national scene. She opens with a useful delivery as well, close to being in the count. Nice smooth roll away there from McIntyre. Looks to be well pointed, but she has perhaps a little weight on board.
Oh no, great ball.
She has
Very
picked the
good
jack up,
ball.
trails it. Definitely at least one to McIntyre.
Corrected her bowl very well, Grant, didn't she?
Yes, she gave it every chance. She was moving towards the counters. Slightly narrow, slightly heavy, which is what the experts say you need to do when you're down. And Grimshaw endeavouring to get to the shot bowl. Won't quite get there, so it'll be a single to Jane McIntyre's Renwick side of Judy Hopgood, Larita Franklin and Dot Arneson for the first end of the 2022 Taranaki Women's Open Fours final.
Another beautiful day here in New Plymouth. Not much breeze at the moment. Slight little breeze, but it certainly wouldn't be affecting the bowls at this stage, Grant, would it?
Well, I remember many years ago the long-serving Taranaki sports broadcaster Laurie Denton Eccles, the Brixton Bandit laser, who used to say, "This is weather that bowlers do not like. There is no wind, there is no rain, and therefore they have no excuses."
Well spoken.
As the first jack rolls out of bounds from Hopgood, so it'll be re-delivered by Weeks, the lead for the Hawke's Bay side. Certainly in the later ends of the afternoon round yesterday, the wind did get up and make play particularly towards the northern end of the green a little more difficult, and some of the heads became a little tricky, particularly in the Grimshaw Forest clash. So delighted this morning, I'm sure the players are, to be able to turn up and find that there is no wind, as you say, Kathy, as the first delivery from Hopgood swings underneath the jack. Sarah Weeks down on the stadium side of the rink as well. She opens with a very handy bowl there.
Very handy bowl.
Hopgood, as we said yesterday, just a 6th-year player out of the Renwick Club in Marlborough. She certainly found her feet after a few ends in that semi-final yesterday, and was hanging there or thereabouts on most of the ends. Gave Franklin and Arneson many opportunities to build the heads, and the heads they did build in that semi-final against Bowls Taranaki patron Paddy Symes, whose side came home with a wet sail, but they still fell 3 points short in the final analysis. Weeks' second bowl is useful as well. Close to counting, I would think. Rita Franklin, out of the Springlands Club in Marlborough. 3 Marlborough Centre titles to her name. And while she was a little wayward on that first end, hasn't taken her long to find her groove here. And that, I suspect, will be the shot.
Very good bowl.
Sue Rogers on her forehand, looking to get to that shot bowl. She's going to pull up a little short though. Be a little disappointed with that. There was a good opportunity to reach that shot bowl, convert it into 3 shots potentially.
Be a little bit wider with this one, Grant. Coming back now in a good position.
Another reasonably well weighted bowl. Won't quite be in the count, but we can see just how wide this rink is. And that is, of course, a further indication as to how quick this green is playing. A number of the Taranaki greens this season, fortunately, are in wonderful condition. A much better attempt, that one, by Sue Rogers. Doesn't quite adjust the head, but it ends up in a very good position. Dot Arneson, who drew so many wonderful shots yesterday, especially so on that 25th and final end, which was to take away any chance that Paddy Symes' tower side had. And while that bowl will not be involved in the count at this stage, I'm sure Arneson, with all her experience, is just trying to find the line and the length. So Rio da Silva, slightly narrow with that one.
Don't want the jack touched. Don't touch the jack and move it.
So we heard in the effects mic there, Jane McIntyre, the skipper of the Renwick side, saying to Arneson that she didn't want any jack movement, because of course the Hawke's Bay side has a number of bowls just beyond the head, although Franklin's bowl is not that far behind either. She's played this exceptionally well, has Arneson. She draws a second shot itself in fact.
Great correction from Dot. She'll be much happier with that bowl.
Of course, bowls is a game of correction, and by playing the same shot or attempting the same shot twice, you have a greater chance of achieving that correction. It's the Hannah Rio da Silva with her second bowl. She has travelled down a very similar path to her first one. Comes underneath the head. Of course, it's a very hard shot to play on these quick greens, reaching through the head, particularly on the way that head is particularly laid out. On the angle that Rio da Silva's bowls were coming down, it was a very narrow path to achieve a favourable outcome. So we swap over, and McIntyre leading 1-0 after one end, holding 2 on the head. Of course, I think there's nothing like making a good positive start, particularly in a final, to disperse of those early nerves. McIntyre's left this one well and truly short. We saw this at times yesterday, and we were still trying to work out whether they were deliberate actions or not. Natasha Grimshaw, who has formed such an amazing record previously in counties and now in Hawke's Bay. She's well underneath the counting bowls with that delivery, but I must highlight the achievement of Grimshaw in the previous 3 seasons of a complete monopoly of singles play in Hawke's Bay, winning the Open and Champion of Champions singles in the previous 3 seasons, which is a remarkable feat indeed. Highlighting that she is the number 1 performer in the Bay, but she's 2 down on the set. Searching into the head with that same weight, but she's on the narrow line. She will not adjust or remove either of the counters. So it will be Jane McIntyre's Renwick side that scores a brace on the second end.
2.
Rio da Silva concedes. And so, after 2 completed ends in this 70th edition of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours, it is Jane McIntyre's Renwick side that leads by 3 points to 0. And of course, McIntyre is the niece of the great Rhoda Ryan, who from Matamata won this tournament in both 1984 and 1986, teaming up with Adrian Lambert, Zelda Clements, and the double world singles champion Elsie Wilkie. What a great side that certainly was, and I'm sure Jane McIntyre's appearance this week in Taranaki had something to do with the achievements of her wonderful auntie Rhoda Ryan, both in this tournament and indeed in her long and illustrious career, as Hopgood's first bowl was reasonably well weighted but not on cue as to line.
There's a good bowl coming down here, Grant.
Yes,
Touch.
Sarah Weeks, who only a fortnight ago won the Hawke's Bay Junior Women's Open Singles title. The Omaranui player. She'll feel a lot better about herself with that bowl. Important, I think, for the Hawke's Bay side to try and get on the board. It'll certainly settle some of the nerves as we see this bowl from Hopgood. Well pointed it is. Sneaks underneath her own bowl, sits out the shot bowl of Weeks and gets a toucher in the process. What a reply.
Great bowl.
So that has forced Weeks to change her hand.
She's given it a good show. A little bit short.
Always interesting to see when leads change their hands. Kathy, is it what is it that you look for from a lead? Is it the shot or a bowl on the head?
Definitely a bowl on the head. Handy bowl. We've got something for the ones coming up behind them to play to. And with the jack being moved, it's off centre, of course, so that's a bit of a challenge for somebody, for a new lead probably.
Sue Rogers got it away nice and smooth.
Good home here. Very good effort.
Yes, a very handy bowl.
Very handy.
Very good catching position. Franklin will continue on the forehand side. Looking for another 1.5 meters, most probably a run in from her first delivery.
She's got that bowl to sit on. Push that bowl back.
Yes, it's ended up in a very good home.
Very.
Early advantage on this, the third end with the Renwick side, skipped by Jane McIntyre. As Sue Rogers' second bowl increased the effort behind it, she did. Most probably looking to sit on the shot bowl. However, the line was a little too wide for that weight. Arneson. And even though she's a little on the wide and heavy side, you can just see that there are very few loose bowls that come out of the hand of this wily Springlands veteran. I think part of that's to do with the consistency of her delivery. It's
Very much so.
Hannah Ria da Silva searching down on her forehand, looking for the shot bowl, but with that sort of weight, it's actually quite dangerous sort of weight. She has to most probably be underneath the other bowl of Hopgood, but with that sort of weight, she also runs the risk of removing her second shot bowl from the head. Arneson has put a little bit extra on this one. It's going to finish in a reasonable home, splitting those two back bowls of the Grimshaw side. So she's brought a line in on this one, has Rio da Silva. But again, the difficulty that players experience with playing that in-between shot on these quicker greens. So McIntyre holding one. We understand that McIntyre's side was due to fly back to Blenheim this morning. They've had to change their flights, unsure as to the price or the cost of that change. However, as we said in the prior to opening the commentary this morning, money cannot buy the Taranaki Women's Open Fours title.
Definitely not, Grant. They managed to change their flights till this afternoon.
There's McIntyre playing the forehand, looking to add to the count.
She's pretty handy.
Just going to walk through and not count.
Just a bit.
Handy bowl on the head should the jack be dislodged. Grimshaw much more controlled as to weight. Even if she touches her own bowl, she'll sit around. Although she does walk through a little. Arneson to inspect the head to see whether it's one or two. And she believes it could be two now. So McIntyre looking to add to the count. Looks to be slightly on the narrow side, but the weight is pretty good. And they
Just pass through.
so Grimshaw 2 down.
Bit wider.
Could in fact clip in that bowl of McIntyre's. And she has. So the count begins. Rio de Silva takes out one. Arneson searching for more. Out comes the measure. Of course, determining these shots can be quite a tricky proposition. The unique angles that bowls can be on. And our eyes can play tricks on us. Out comes the second. And Arneson will go unsuccessfully in an attempt for the third shot, so it will be just two. But just two gives a handy opening lead in this 70th edition of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours to the Jane McIntyre side from Blenheim. 5-0, they lead Natasha Grimshaw of Kiatoa and Hastings. What do you make of this opening three ends, Kathy Andrews?
Early stages yet, Grant. I think the Kiatoa side will settle into their rhythm shortly, but the McIntyre side have taken advantage and made the most of it. Playing their same length ends that they were playing yesterday by the look of it.
And almost certainly, of course, the green will be running at a very similar pace to yesterday.
Definitely running beautifully. As you can see, you need to take green on both sides. A little bit heavy with this first bowl.
So Hopgood goes through by a couple of metres.
Comes Sarah Weeks' bowl. Very good bowl. Very handy bowl.
Yes, for the second successive end, she's put one very close. And that, of course, is the job of the lead. Get bowls as close as you can and let the experts come in behind you to convert that pressure into points.
Still be a wee bit heavy here, Judy.
So Weeks on her backhand. This one's going to pull up short. Good line, but no weight.
She didn't really need to correct anything from that first bowl.
I guess that is a fault that many bowlers have, is that they try and play the perfect bowl. You cannot draw inside the jack. And a minuscule adjustment was all that was required, virtually impossible, as the first bowl from Larita Franklin slips underneath the jack, doesn't touch anything. A little concern here for the McIntyre side that there isn't anything from their first three bowls close. Sue Rogers going to be hanging about with this one. Be a counter at this stage, albeit a metre or so short. Franklin has left this one undergreened as well.
And a little bit short. Are we blocking that other side a wee bit now?
Yes, it has certainly
Really?
blocked up the stadium, or the western side of the green. That forces Rogers onto her backhand. Trundles through the head. Important though that for the Grimshaw side that they do have a bowl over the head, and so one of the first 4 bowls from the side ideally will be through that position. Arneson enjoys these open draws, and she doesn't quite get the sit and just walks
about,
through.
yeah.
Rio da Silva.
Looks a little bit tight, I think.
Yes, it is tight, but it will count at the early stages. Of course, the Grimshaw side in this competition actually lost their first 2 games. And that put them in a very tricky position indeed in section play. They opened with a nail-biting last end, lost 25-24 to Heather Johns from Paritutu. And then they were soundly beaten by Wendy Moretti's Leperton side by 32 shots to 15. They were in post-section already. They needed the next 4 games in section play. They achieved those 4 wins, and comfortably so. Incidentally, both McIntyre and Grimshaw were in the Section A, the first section, and so for those 2 finalists to come out of that section spoke volumes for those other sides that also qualified out of that group. McIntyre, of course, lost to Heather Johns as well in section play, but she got revenge on the 2013 Dominion Fours winning side in the second round of post-section. And as the on the skips change over here, really there's only 1 bowl within a metre on this end. They'll be disappointed with that, the front 3 of both sides.
You're on my mark, Dot.
Weeks holding the shot. Arneson giving jack level to McIntyre. And if she can clear underneath that bowl, which she has, she's going to draw second shot.
Very handy bowl.
Of course, that's the role of a skipper, is to minimise the damage when her side is in trouble. So it's a count of just 1 for Grimshaw at the moment. Similar pointed bowl here from Grimshaw. She has a little bit more weight on board.
Just walked through, as you say, Grant. One of your sayings.
Get off my mark, Dot. No, you're on my mark on the bank. I can't see the bank.
So McIntyre there speaking with Arneson and asking her to move away from the mark that she was taking off the embankment. McIntyre clearly is a pupil of the John Murtagh philosophy, which is take a mark off the bank to determine the accuracy of your line. Legalised cheating, he calls it. And McIntyre was not far away as to line with that bowl. A little underdone, but another second shot. So Grimshaw's going to get on the board on this 4th end. It's a matter of whether it's going to be 1 or 2. Plenty of room for her to draw the bonus. The 2017 Taranaki Women's Open Fours winning skip she was. And this bowl looks well weighted, but she won't clear the shorter bowl from the McIntyre side. In fact, it was a bowl was her own bowl which Grimshaw hit up, and that has brought it into the count. So it will be 2.
2. So the score's now 5-2 after 4 ends to McIntyre.
So Grimshaw's side will feel a bit better about life now that they're on the board. They will not be the first side to ever be skunked in a Taranaki Open final. Not that anyone here today would have ever dreamed that that would have been an outcome. Now, I did see one score during the week. I think it was 39-2, and the team with 2 scored 2 singles on ends 20 and 21 or thereabouts. So we have witnessed, unfortunately, some one-sided games. The vast majority, of course, are not. Doesn't really do anyone any favours when they become so lopsided like that.
Certainly not, Grant. No favour for the winner or no favour for the loser. I think the game that you were talking about was a team of virtually first-year bowlers, and they did extremely well to play and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Of course, it's one of the great aspects of bowls is that players of a variety of abilities and experience can come together and take part in a tournament like this. Another one, of course, is the national tournament. Those opportunities do not happen in other sports. As Hopgood, with her first bowl, trickles through. And Weeks, the current Hawke's Bay Junior Singles champion, makes a correction of line but not sufficient of weight. Still searching for that rhythm, the players at this early stage.
Few loose bowls, but
the reply from Hopgood gets a small slide. She'll take the shot with that bowl.
well green bowl here. A little bit weighty.
So Rogers travels through. Larita Franklin. She's also going to finish in a similar position to the previous bowl. And no doubt these players are expending lots of energy and effort at the moment. Of course, that can make it even more difficult to get close. Trying to overthink it.
As John Murtaugh would say, it's a very simple game, line and length.
And that length on that delivery there from Sue Rogers was very good, but she missed her mark. So McIntyre holding one as Franklin's second bowl comes in. Most probably close to counting as well, although there still is a lot of room available.
A lot of room.
Hannah Ria de Silva. On her backhand side. And she has drawn a very good shot here.
Very good bowl.
Of course, Rio da Silva and Grimshaw were placed third equal in the Dominion Pairs in Christchurch earlier in the month. And with draw shots like that, it's easy to understand why. Still very much a greenhorn though as a fifth-year player, whereas Arneson, 38 years experience. And
Very close here.
that experience is coming out now.
Yeah, wonderful bowl. She'll be much happier with that, Grant.
As you would expect from someone that's lived in South Canterbury and Southland, Dot Arneson doesn't seem to overthink things or make it too complicated.
What way you can see, Hannah? What way you can see touching that ball?
So Grimshaw asking Hannah Rio da Silva to get a bit of weight onto the shot bowl, and she's happy for her to play that on either hand. As the Taranaki rescue helicopter flies on by. Rio da Silva a little underdone with that one. McIntyre asking
How about coming round there?
for Dot Arneson to change her hand.
Put in a little bit of cover back there.
There's a bit of woodwork to come around or underneath, and she's navigated that well.
Just about drawing another shot. Very good bowl. Gives them another bowl on the head.
It does. So McIntyre holding one. Grimshaw's got to be a little careful here, insofar as the only bowl her side has close is that second shot of Rio da Silva, and if that bowl was to be dislodged off the head without any movement on the jack, Grimshaw could be 3 or 4 down. Of course, in these early stages, Kathy, is it important to score or take a risk?
I think it's important to score, to take a risk, maybe. I don't know, Natasha likes to attack the head.
Seems to be on the forehand side, Grimshaw. Hard to get a lot of weight onto that shot bowl on that side. But she has given it an excellent attempt. Just going to sneak past.
Yeah, very good effort.
Certainly much more controlled with that delivery. With that sort of weight, she's not going to cause any carnage.
No, definitely not.
Although the fourth shot bowl of Hopgood, the lead for McIntyre, is sitting in a position which offers a lot of protection to the shot bowl. That meaning that Grimshaw has a very fine line with which to try and dislodge the shot.
Definitely a fine line.
And having given it such a great attempt with the first and missed, Grimshaw has elected to play with a lot more weight on the backhand side.
A little bit wide.
Most probably not a bad outcome for Grimshaw there. With that sort of weight, if she hit her own bowl on the wrong angle, she could well have dropped a number. So McIntyre looking to add a bonus, holding one. Going to pull up short. But it's okay, as Dot Arneson said. They'll take the single.
Score now 6-2 after 5 ends.
This morning we will be joined in the commentary by Taranaki Gold Star holder and former Paritutu president Alan Batley, who is floating around at Paritutu this morning, and we'll look forward to an update from him on a number of things to do with Paritutu and Taranaki bowls. Alan, a vastly experienced campaigner, as Judy Hopgood leads off, but she'll be disappointed with the direction with which she has sent that bowl.
Notice she changed her hand, Grant.
Yes, underdone.
She has been playing the stadium side of the hand, but she opted to play the other side coming up there on the forehand.
Of course, viewers or observers of this tournament most probably have kept up to date with the Bowls Taranaki website and also the Facebook page, where a number of great photographs during this week have been compiled by Mary Salt and Kevin Jordan. And we certainly thank them for their efforts and contributions, both in this tournament and also the men's Open Fours, which concluded last Sunday as well. So it's 2 shots to Sarah Weeks, leading for Natasha Grimshaw at this stage, although there's plenty of room there. I can see a big smile on the face of Bowls Taranaki President Dean Andrews. His 3rd year in that role. The end of a fabulous fortnight. He'll be delighted with the success of both events. He's been the main instigator, along with Bowls Taranaki Executive Officer Tina Atkinson-Watt, of both tournaments. They've set a high standard. So Sue Rogers' first bowl is well short. Shakes her head in disappointment and disgust.
That's better.
Larita Franklin.
It's a better bowl.
Arcing towards the jack.
Still probably a wee bit
enough,
short, but
not enough running on the bowl.
Just ignore it. Coming around. Take the green even if you land here, Sue.
So Rogers' second attempt, well grassed again, but
Couple down, Doc.
goes through by a couple of metres.
yeah.
McIntyre indicating to Arneson that she's 2 down.
Looks just a little bit narrow from Dot. She might hold up.
A feather off that bowl would have been invaluable, but
Yeah, well,
Weight was perfect. Could be one, just one.
might have cut one of the shots out.
Rio da Silva lining up.
It's a green.
Played it well. That'll
Very
be
well
that'll
played.
be the shot.
It's a metre short. Just
As Dot Arneson's second delivery needs to clear that front bowl, and she has.
Very good bowl. Slipped under there well.
And you can just see the consistency of weight control that she has.
Oops.
Briar Atkinson, we saw in the picture there, giving us some indications as to who's holding. Clearly it's one at the moment to the McIntyre side. Rio de Silva's going to hit the bowl of Franklin. Turn that into the head, and that'll be now 2 to McIntyre. Yes, that has been confirmed. And it all comes back to the shot that Arneson drew. Changed the picture, converted the head, just as she did on the previous end.
Dot, you just keep standing on the mud mark, thank you.
McIntyre again moves Arneson. Arneson has a problem insofar as we have the rinks laid out with positions where we've asked the players to refrain from standing, and that has limited the amount of space available for the players on the head. And in fact, Arneson has positioned herself now for a second time on the mark, or in line with the mark that McIntyre is taking. McIntyre's heavy, but she's going to get a good sit here.
Definitely got a good sit.
And that has converted it now to a count of 3. So pressure on Natasha Grimshaw.
Tasha pretty quick off the mat, Grant. Doesn't waste too much time getting a bowl away.
Waving her arms around there in frustration. She responded well to the pressure yesterday, did Grimshaw. McIntyre in the fortunate position of holding shot, can draw with more confidence. She's played a very good bowl here. It's in the count. So a count, I suspect, of 4 shots. It certainly appears to be at least 4.
Pretty hard to draw in there. What was that? What was that?
So Rio de Silva indicating to
The red ball that's in my way.
Grimshaw
I wonder whose that is.
that it's hard to draw, and she could push through the head. So she's going to push. Looks to be narrow. Gets nothing.
Yes, she commented about the red bowl in the front being in the way.
So out comes 1, 2, 3. That's definitely counting. That's 4.
4 shots.
The most unlikely outcome that was. After 5 bowls had been played by the McIntyre side, they were 1 or 2 down. They end up scoring a 4 after Arneson changed the picture and converted the head to take the shot. Is there another one hidden? And then McIntyre produced 2 bowls that also counted. So an excellent opening stanza here from Jane McIntyre's Renwick side. Of course, they're bidding to become the first side in the 70-year history of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours to take the title back to the South Island. Seen a couple of men's teams in the 117-year history of that tournament achieve that outcome, but never before in the women's.
I don't care if you're here.
A sense of frustration coming into the voice and body language of Grimshaw. Will not be unhappy if her side finishes over the head. And Weeks is
Just only a tiny
Not-
bit more green, not too
not
much.
badly weighted, but undergreened.
It's good.
Get a greened bowl here.
Great bowl.
Yeah, very good bowl. Well corrected.
McIntyre delighted to see that, and I'm sure Judy Hopgood was as well. And the key word you used there, Kathy, was correct, in the correction of the bowl.
Definitely, Grant.
Weeks battling for a line.
Yes, Tasha was getting a wee bit frustrated.
As Bruce Malcolm would say, to be seen, take your green.
Good bowl.
Make sure you're up, Sue. I don't care if you hit that in.
Franklin adds another. Grimshaw requesting that Rogers reaches the head.
Well, she certainly has.
And she has done so without being silly about it.
Just come this way.
I.e.,
come
she hasn't just hurled the ball down to ensure she's beyond the head. It's in a very good catching position indeed.
Don't want it too far over. Sit on there.
Thank you, Pam. Looky, that's your kitty. Bowl right here.
So McIntyre holding two. As Rogers changes her hand.
A little bit weighty.
Of course, part of the problem if you're not getting that consistency of line and length is the alternation or the changing of shots. Doesn't seem to affect Dot Arneson though. Her control of weight is impeccable.
Very well weighted.
I've always had the belief, Kathy, and I'm interested in your thoughts on this, that certain greens and conditions suit players' deliveries and styles and techniques better than others, and for me, Arneson seems to be loving these surfaces here in New Plymouth.
Very much so. Knows if you put your ball out and take your green, you're never going to be far away. And her weight control's so good. She's drawn some great bowls. Yesterday against the Symes team, very well weighted bowls.
So Arneson has been requested to change her hand, and that she has done. Won't quite get underneath
No.
the Grimshaw bowl on that side. I assume that McIntyre was looking for a bit of protection.
I think she wanted to get round to those back bowls there.
But it's 3 useful shots on the head. The jack cannot be seen, which makes it more difficult. There's Rio da Silva. Going to pull up short as well. Certainly adding a greater degree of difficulty to enter the head on that side. So McIntyre holding 3 on the changeover. She'll come down on the forehand side. Seems to have pushed it out on a rather wide arc.
Definitely a bit wide. Well, comes alive. It could have its uses back there, but
Grimshaw,
going to duck
little
across.
overdraw weight, but not by much, and she won't alter the count there. Of course, she's got to play a good bowl here, Grimshaw, to even remove the second and third shots on the draw. Finding herself in tricky positions. Playing a mixed bag of shots does not help Grimshaw find her rhythm either.
Definitely not when you're having to try and get there to cut the shot count back, having to play with a little bit of weight.
So McIntyre left that one a little wide. Wouldn't be a million miles out of the count though. And Grimshaw breaking into the head here. Is she going to get a sit on that bowl? No, she isn't.
Oh, she needed a little sit on there,
Goes
didn't
through,
she?
rolls out her own. I suspect that may have brought in McIntyre's bowl to the count as well. So 3 have come out so far. And I suspect that Arneson will be looking for a 4th. But no, it's only 3. Only 3, I may say. Only 3 takes the score to 13 points to 2. And that is indeed a very healthy lead for Jane McIntyre's Marlborough side to take after 7 of the 25 ends in the 2022 Taranaki Women's Open Fours final. Sure, we've got a number of viewers this morning coming in from the Marlborough district. We saw 2 teams from that centre up here for the men's tournament, 2 very strong sides that didn't have a great degree of difficulty in qualifying for post-section, but both Sanjeev Prasad and Morris Symes' teams were eliminated on the first day of post-section last Friday in the men's tournament. They both told me they had a wonderful week here nonetheless, and they will be back, and we would certainly love to see them back as well.
Jack was not thrown, was a bit short, so we've got a long end coming up from Kyoto's side.
I guess that's good logic from Grimshaw. They're getting outgunned on the shorter length ends, and if you are getting outplayed and if you're behind, it makes sense to change something.
Definitely need to change something. It was a good opener for a long end from Judy.
Yes, I think often we fall into the situation of trying to spot it or nail it on a long end and pulling up a metre or two short. Far better to end up in the position as Hopgood has.
This one could. Whoops, into the ditch.
We spoke about it yesterday as well, the importance of the team trailing to try and keep in touch, especially so until the tee adjournment.
Coming well.
Hopgood's second bowl is well corrected.
Very good correction. Played it well. 2 good bowls there.
Sarah Weeks in reply. Not quite going to run it out.
No, a little bit short.
And of course on these longer heads it is much more difficult to penetrate, and certainly much more difficult to kill the end when the jack is on the 2 metre mark and there is a number of woods that lie short of the head. Larita Franklin has a very good shot here.
Great bowl.
Beautiful bowl.
Yeah. Well played. They have had no trouble adjusting to that longer length, Grant.
They certainly do not appear to have at this stage. That bowl from Franklin gaining strong applause from the gallery here at Paritutu. Sue Rogers struggling to reach the head as well and going to pull up well short. Franklin's second delivery.
Another nice one.
Tracking very well.
Nice bowl.
Yeah, 2 very good bowls.
So all the momentum at the moment is with Marlborough.
Better bowl. Still might be a wee bit short.
Yes, Rogers gave a much better attempt with that one. But it's still 3 to Jane McIntyre's team. Arneson. Very close to counting as well, and it has finished in a position which doesn't actually give Grimshaw anything more to play to. It doesn't increase the size of the target. I think a number of players go out and just try and draw more shots, and they end up building targets which are a lot easier therefore for the opponents to attack.
Oops, push through. It's made a bit of a difference.
Yes,
Got one. That's a shot there.
the count is reduced to 1.
I'd probably come.
Good outcome with that bowl from Rio de Silva.
You go. You can see.
Paritutu President Martin Jordan arrives. Done a wonderful job in the kitchen with Barbara Bishop, life member, Val Keatley, the Dominion Fours winner from 2013, and a few others over the past fortnight. Arneson's short with that one, of course,
Down to their bowls that play the same.
but Rio da Silva really did change the picture with her first bowl. She's opened the head up, and now there is a chance for the Grimshaw side to attack the head with more confidence, even though they don't have a bowl over the head really. So it's still McIntyre holding one. See that bowl up at 12 o'clock. Then the rusty brown bowl, which belongs to Sue Rogers, the number 2 for Natasha Grimshaw. That second shot, McIntyre will also hold third and fourth shots, however, so Grimshaw has to be a little careful. Jack movement would favour McIntyre with the 2 back bowls.
Oh, you stand right on that line, and that's usually my line. But I like to see that. It's not my line, but I like.
So McIntyre and Arneson conversing over where she should stand on the head. They've got that luxury to only have to worry about that. Leading 13-2 and holding one on the head. They both appear very cool customers. Indeed, when in speaking with McIntyre on Friday night, I took her for a word when she said she did not know either of the skips that she had beaten that day, that being the 2012 Dominion Fours winner, Gail Melrose, and the 2013 Dominion Fours winner, Heather Johns.
That's exactly where my line is. Where you're standing.
Arneson has given up and has moved up onto the embankment.
A little bit short.
A nothing bowl, really.
Absolutely nothing, yeah.
Grimshaw probing down on the forehand, looking for the shot bowl. Comes off her own, picks up the jack, trails it back to the end of the ditch. And in fact, it goes into the ditch, but her own bowl dislodges on the 2 back bowls of the McIntyre side, and so it's still 2 to McIntyre. It was always on the cards that if there were to be jack movement, it was likely to favour McIntyre, as Grimshaw's only bowl over the head was the second shot. McIntyre drawing to the ditch.
She might just be
Just going to trickle in.
just trickled in.
Of course, these bowls are most probably less than certainly no more than half a metre off the ditch, so the room for error is very small. Grimshaw playing down, looking to get to the shot bowls. She gets one.
Great bowl.
Very good attempt there from Grimshaw. Reduces the count to 1. 2 good bowls from Grimshaw there, but no luck.
Score now 14-2 after 8 ends. Yes, if she'd been able to get onto her toucher and push that into the ditch would have helped.
And Hopgood responds with a shorter jack. They're now trying to determine whether it is 23 metres.
Yeah. Matt's up a wee bit.
And the umpire has been called to adjudicate that.
Comes
Betty Brunton. She's had a busy last fortnight with both of these Open Fields tournaments, says Betty Brunton. The wife of David Brunton, the president of the Taranaki Umpires Association. No sign of David today. He's most probably playing championships at Fitzroy.
Speaking of championships, Grant, we've got a couple of championships playing further either on the screen. The men playing semi-finals of the Bulls Championship.
So Betty Brunton says that it is short. The jack will need to be rethrown. The two skips have disappeared off the head and they've left the jack sitting there. So Rio da Silva will walk to the other end and throw the jack back. The crowd building here at Paritutu. Also played host last Sunday to the men's decider. So emphatically won that final was by Craig DeFaria's team over the Whangarei side, skipped by Trevor Dusty Reader. They had a wonderful week and working their way through to the final. The old adage has always been that you've got to lose a game somewhere along the way. And in the men's tournament, DeFaria lost 1 in section play, Reader lost 2 in section play. And both of these finalists here this morning also lost 2 games each in section play and were required to win their 6th round games to advance to the post-section rounds. And on Thursday afternoon at West End, we saw McIntyre secure her 6th win with a 25-14 victory over Colleen Day of New Plymouth, while Grimshaw's 4th win at the same location came over the delightful Pukekohe side, skipped by Cheryl Brownlee, who on debut at this tournament have added a further dimension to it. So after a very poor first delivery from Hopgood, she was able to get a better weight on the bowl, although she was well undergrassed.
Gonna pick this up.
Weeks, unfortunately, for the Hawke's Bay side, has not been able to take advantage of it. Franklin. She draws the shot.
Well greened.
And that frustration in the voice of Grimshaw appearing again. Understandably so. Rogers struggling to get the balls up to the head. A number of believers of the game will tell you that a no-2 should never be short. And the tune on this 9th end has been called again by Renwick, even though Franklin has left that one disappointingly short.
Still
Rogers has repeated the delivery of her first bowl, dropped it short, so McIntyre holding 2.
a lot of room to draw the shot, Grant. This one.
Arneson appears on the narrow side and also short.
Little wall building up there.
But the arc that the bowls are taking at the moment, there is certainly a big passageway around the shot bowl of Franklin's. Hannah Rio de Silva.
She's over the head.
So Dot Arneson looking for a correction on her first bowl. And that looks like it will be in the count as well. So Rio de Silva has a correction on this bowl, and she's going to take the shot.
Very good bowl. Natasha will be very happy to see that one.
Relieved is Grimshaw.
Renwick team having a little bit of a discussion halfway up the green. So here's Jane to play her first bowl.
McIntyre on the forehand. Looking to get to the shot bowl or to turn over Franklin's earlier delivery. She's got Franklin's bowl. She pumps it up and it falls back.
Very good attempt. Very controlled weight.
Unsure who has the shot now. Arneson initially indicated it was a measure. Arneson will inspect it closer. There we have it, still calling it as a measure. So McIntyre has a real chance here. Either to, by playing a similar delivery to her first one, she can either turn over her own team's bowl or sit through the Grimshaw bowl. She's going to be a little on the wide side, unfortunately. Good weight for the shot.
Definitely good weight. She could have converted that quite well. Natasha Grimshaw coming up to have a look at the head. Just needs her bowl, needs a tap. She'll see how much weight she's playing with.
Grimshaw on the forehand as well. Breaking in towards the head. She looks to be on the narrow side and gets tangled up.
Oops.
Hopgood grabs the mat. Not sure if she'd even inspected the head with any great degree of clarity, Judy Hopgood, but there's nothing like being optimistic. Many hands make light work, they say. Although when it's a tight measure like that,
No.
they're going to in fact call the umpire, and that'll be Loma Hibble to officiate.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking down there, Yvonne. Oh, lovely. I just get used to saying it, you know.
See one of our Great Life members just hopping into the window there, Grant. Jack Pringle. Sure, you've got a little bit to say about our Jack. What a great ambassador he's been for bowls and for the Paritutu Club.
Of course, Jack Pringle was not a New Plymouth man by any stretch of the imagination, particularly so when he was involved in the recovery of that terrible Hyde railway disaster in about 1943. He was just a young post boy. And then, of course, he saw active service towards the end of the Second World War. In fact, I think he was involved in the last act in the Pacific. He returned to New Zealand and saw a long career out with the New Zealand Post, as we now term them. That included a number of shifts around the country. He lived for a period in Tikawiti, where he was the coach of the senior Waititi club rugby side, the side which included both Stan and Colin Meads. And before he moved to New Plymouth, he had never played bowls. And then his neighbour Brian Henson Sanger said to him, "Do you play bowls?" He said, "I do not." He said, "I'm going down the club. Come with me." It was in the late 1970s. And Jack Pringle was to go on to become president and secretary of this famous club, now in its 98th season. And appropriately so, became a life member. And even now, I'm not going to give his age, but you can do the arithmetic. He still remains a fixture down here at this famous club. And Hibble removes the McIntyre bowl. So it is a single to Marlborough. And they extend their lead to 15 shots to 2 after 9 completed ends in this 2022 Taranaki Women's Open Fours final.
Looks have got a bit longer end again. I think it was probably a bit further than McIntyre wanted the Jack, but
no indication at this stage when we will be having the morning tea adjournment. That normally, the bell for that normally signals around 10:30. We've obviously just gone past that.
you'll have to wait for your scones, Grant.
I am waiting with anticipation to see what treats we have in store for us this morning. That we have seen a number of treats already on the green from the Jane McIntyre side. They've completely dominated this opening part of the final. And the 15-2 advantage that they hold is a reflection of that. Hopgood's second delivery, she's adjusted her line in slightly but has undercooked it. Still going to be within the ballpark, within the John Murray yardstick. So we're seeing both Sarah Weeks and Sue Rogers at the front of the Hawke's Bay side struggling for consistency.
This looks a bit better.
Weeks is up to the head with this one, but and how often do we see that when the momentum is not in your direction, that you end up on the wrong half of a bowl?
Definitely. Well, it's coming back now. She's over the head.
Larita Franklin going to finish in a useful position. Jack level, in fact. Counting.
There's a little much better bowl here.
Sue Rogers is drawing the shot here for Grimshaw.
She'll be very happy with that bowl.
So Franklin's second delivery sneaks underneath her own team's bowl. Another handy bowl on the head. Grimshaw line 1.
Well done again.
And even though that bowl doesn't count at this stage, Grimshaw quite happy with it.
And 2 better bowls from
I'd like you to come this
Sue
way, actually,
Rogers.
and onto that, or whatever you see, Doc.
Certainly they were, Kathy, and those 2 bowls have laid the platform for a much stronger head for Rio de Silva and Grimshaw now to work.
Definitely. Start, she might be a wee bit short.
Yeah, give it a right here. Right here's another shot. Right where my foot is, Nana.
Rio de Silva.
It will depend on a weight.
Gonna leave it short.
We're only one down, Doc.
And even though McIntyre admits her side is only 1 down, it still is a good opportunity to convert this head.
Definitely, she's just got to sit that bowl through. This might be a bit wide, I think.
So Arneson's bowl breaking towards the head. More of a draw attempt. Most probably just over draw was what McIntyre was after. Slight breeze getting up now at Paritutu. Again, it's coming from the northern side, which is behind the players as they play this 10th end. a new experience, or certainly one she hasn't experienced for a while for Natasha Grimshaw as they swap over here. She's holding the shot.
And she's got another good bowl at the back as well.
So Grimshaw down 15-2 in this clash.
She'll be looking to try and hold that shot, Grant, on the scene. Just a bit more confidence.
Of course, we've seen it so many times before in 25 end games where the tide has turned. 15-2, I remember a 15-3 in the men's final in 1985 when Laurie Penn came from behind to beat John Granger 27-15. And then in 1973, Bill MacArthur went to the morning tea adjournment 22-9 in front of Matty Borich. If we don't score on the next end, we'll go home, he said to his wife, did Borich. They did score on the next end. They scored on all of the remaining ends and won the game 23-22 to deny Bill. As McIntyre's wide and heavy with her first delivery, Grimshaw still holding one.
Track here, Natasha.
Gets the correct sit.
Yes, maybe.
Will be close to 2. Gave it every
She
chance.
certainly did.
Could be 2, Arneson admits. So McIntyre on the backhand side, looking to get to the shot bowl.
Close.
Giving it a chance here. Going to push through the Franklin bowl. That'll reduce the count back to 1. Well played.
Very good bowl. Happy to take one by the look of it. Scores now 15-3 after 10 ends.
A much needed scoring end from the Grimshaw side. They now need to switch the momentum back in their favour.
First bowl from Sarah Weeks. Line's pretty good. She's over the head. I think Natasha will be happy about that.
And this 3/4 length end is most probably something we haven't seen a lot of. We've had a few long ends, but mostly short ends. And so that in-between weight may disrupt the rhythm, which has been so more apparent in Jane McIntyre's team up to this point.
Got a line well, just a wait.
Sarah Weeks from the Omaranui Club in Hastings.
Racing a wee bit here.
Hopgood goes through and sits on the second delivery from Weeks. Plenty of room. So Sue Rogers.
She's over the head a bit too. Nothing very close at the moment, Grant.
Surprisingly, Franklin is going to come down on the backhand side. There is a bit of woodwork in the way.
She slips under there, she won't be too far away. Can you get caught up?
Just going to come underneath it, but won't run it far enough. Good metre short. Rogers' second delivery is going to take the shot, just as it did on the as she did on the preceding end.
It's a shot.
Franklin needed another metre of running on her bowl. She won't navigate her first delivery. So Grimshaw's side is holding one. Hannah Ria de Silva.
Greened it well.
She's drawn a well-played bowl here.
Very good bowl.
2 to Grimshaw.
Comes Dot's bowl.
Arneson. Great weight, but just slightly undergreened. So the advantage still with the Grimshaw side.
This looks a bit undergreen and a little bit short.
These are the sorts of heads which prove so vital in the final analysis of a 25-end game. A 2 here to Grimshaw brings them closer to contention.
Oops.
A score and end to McIntyre brings the momentum back to them. And Arneson will be disappointed with that.
Very much so. So we're getting a little bit of a breeze up now, Grant. Flags are moving a wee bit. I think they might be bowling into a bit of a headwind up that way.
They certainly are.
Yeah.
I think Arneson, having felt her weight with her first delivery and been so close with it, most probably attempted to nail it with her second. A bit more breeze, and you fall well short as she did there. So a smile on the face of Grimshaw as he delivers her first bowl on the 11th end, holding 2. She won't add to the count with that bowl.
No.
McIntyre. These are the sorts of ends that skips need to convert. Undergreened as well.
She's going to go through.
McIntyre facing a deficit of 2 as Grimshaw's second delivery comes down, looking to make it 3.
A little bit short.
No indication whether it is in the count. It doesn't appear too far off the count as McIntyre walks away from the head to recompose herself. And she's put extra weight on this bowl and will not alter the head at all. So the reward from Sue Rogers' second bowl on that end to get close and put the pressure onto the Renwick side has yielded profit. The outcome 3 counters already.
Three shots to Grimshaw, now makes it 15-6 after 11. Looks like it might be morning tea break, Grant. Is it?
And I think that most probably has come in at the right time for the McIntyre side, that the bowls have been kicked into the ditch at the northern end of the green. McIntyre, after leading 15-2 after 9 ends, has conceded the last 2 ends, with Grimshaw reducing the deficit down to 9 shots. It's most probably an ideal time for Jane McIntyre and his side of Judy Hopgood, Larita Franklin and Dot Arneson to go and have a cup of tea. Some delightful treats undoubtedly as well, and reflect on what has been a very successful opening half to this 2022 Taranaki Women's Open Fours final. The first 2 or 3 ends after the Smoko adjournment are going to be vital, but at the moment, as we leave you momentarily, of course, McIntyre 15 leads Grimshaw 6. We'll be back with you shortly.
got an engine swinging. Hello, little. Go round, round. Go round. Oh, I suppose it's just
Yeah, but I can imagine how hard it was.
oh yeah. They really have to concentrate, no?
I told them I'm sorry when the next one. Right. Let's hear it.
Sandy Jack's not there.
Oh, that's like Sarah and Sue. I'll go to say. Yeah, if you want to try one here.
What'd you say?
Yeah, good for it.
Because I'm going so good.
I'll go see you. I feel like I'm stuttering. Yeah, either hand.
Back to the 2022 Taranaki Women's Open Fours final. We've seen the first 5 bowls now delivered on this, the 12th end. The first one after the morning tea adjournment. And at the early stages of this 12th end, it is Jane McIntyre's side holding shot by virtue of the bowl sitting there at 5 o'clock from her lead, Judy Hopgood, as Larita Franklin, McIntyre's no 2, draws the ace itself at 12 o'clock, just short of the jack. And I'm delighted now to be joined in this streaming by past Paritutu President, Revital Fertilisers Taranaki Representative Men's Selector, Alan Batley. Good morning, Alan.
Morning, Grant. What a beautiful day it is for bowls.
That it certainly is. The breeze has gathered a little bit of momentum, but isn't having too much of an impact. And we've seen, of course, in the opening 11 ends, the Jane McIntyre side from the Renwick Club in Blenheim that has dominated proceedings, opening up this 15-6 advantage. Natasha Grimshaw of Kyoto and Hastings, her side clawed back a further 4 shots on those last 2 ends before the adjournment to give themselves a sense of the opportunity that still is alive for them. What have you made so far of this match, Alan?
I'm just watching this bowl come in there, which is just quite a few bowls have been narrow, Grant. And McIntyre's front two have been setting it up pretty good. Unfortunately, when you have a team that is drawing well and the other one is struggling, it's the pressure goes on, and of course they all try to reach the head. And
as Arneson gets tied up on a short one, McIntyre still line 2. Of course, Hawke's Bay is renowned for having a number of synthetic greens, and these quick Maniotota surfaces in Taranaki, particularly so here at Paritutu, do take some adjustment as Hannah Rio da Silva grabs the jack and trails it down towards the Hopgood bowl. She may well have arrested the shot there.
a very good bowl.
These first 2 or 3 ends after the adjournment, I guess, Alan, are really important to set the tone for the rest of the match, aren't they?
This first 2 ends after morning tea has a big bearing on the outcome of the game.
Arneson reaching down on the backhand side. She hits Hopgood's bowl, which turns over Hopgood's other bowl and has retrieved the shot for the McIntyre side.
When it's going for you, it's going for you. That bowl was quite wide, but it got a result. And that's what happens when you got bowls around the head.
Yes, and that is, as you said earlier, Alan, part of the reason why McIntyre is leading on the board at this stage is her side has put more bowls around the head. Although Grimshaw does have opportunities on this end. She's got 2 good bowls over the head now. She can search through there on the forehand as she's endeavouring to do so. She's just a fraction wide though. You can see at the bottom of the picture those 2 bowls from her lead, Sarah Weeks. They could come into the count if Grimshaw can pull that jack. So it's a precarious shot being held at the moment by McIntyre.
I've been very impressed with Jane McIntyre skipping. I was watching her the other night when she was 3 down and she drew some telling bowls.
So this one she's looking for a bit of cover with.
Yep.
Hasn't got as deep as she may have wished. It does offer some protection. Arneson's bowled to the right at the bottom of the picture, but the back 2 still belong to Grimshaw. And attacking on the forehand she is again. Looks to be closer, just gonna need a wick off that bowl. She gets a wick but still just misses the jack. So relief for the McIntyre side there. And in fact, McIntyre won't. I thought she had given away her bowl. No danger there would seem to be on this forehand side for a draw shot. But she has in fact given it away. Declined the opportunity to play her last bowl. So McIntyre takes a single. Extends the advantage out to 16 shots to 6. As we come to the midpoint of the game, the 13th end. Grimshaw in the vicinity with both of those push shots, but no outcome.
Full length in.
Yes, this will be a test for the players, Alan, I think, given that they are playing into the breeze. And it is as long as they have had in this match.
course, a great setting down here at Paritutu, Alan, with the indoor complex, which is 6 rinks and 3 outdoor greens, largely Maniatoda across all of them. How's the future shaping up for Paritutu?
We've had a resurgence of the club in the last few years, and it's good to see the club has some building projects going on around and upgrading, and it's been great to see all the young ones. We have a winter program that goes in our stadium, and the under 10 years play for 13 weeks, 10 to 13 weeks in a competition, inter-club competition amongst all the clubs. And we have got a lot of 25 and under playing in that tournament. And actually I played in the final of the triples yesterday, and the winning side equaled my age.
Oh, they're only 50 years old, were they, Alan?
Yeah, they were only 50, Grant. So the oldest one I played against was 27 and 21 and whatever. So and then also in my team I had 2 under 25s. So even the women have got 3 or 4 very promising bowlers. So Taranaki in general has a lot of young people taking up the sport, and that has to do with our winter program at Paritutu, and the centre support us in promoting the game.
So Franklin draws second shot for McIntyre on this, the 13th end. It's still Grimshaw holding 1 by virtue of the earlier lead bowl from Sarah Weeks. And in terms of your selectorial role as the Taranaki men's representative selector, Alan, how is Taranaki set up for the, first of all, the octagonal competition, which is the lower half of the North Island, which has been held in a fortnight, and then most importantly the New Zealand Inter-Centre competition, which is this season being held in North Harbour in March?
Well, 4 years ago when Russell Hardy and I became selectors, we looked at some of the younger players within the province, and we started with the under 8s, grooming them to come through to the seniors, which is now happening, and we've probably got 24, 25 players that been in our little program, and this year I'm probably a bit spoiled because we have some real promising players, but it's trying to get the combinations right is something that we've been a challenge, because we have got a very good fours team in Taranaki, which won the Taranaki Men's Open, so they're, and Geordie not being available, I've either got to find a 2 or lead, which we'll be cementing in at the octagon, and the pairs and the singles sort of pick themselves with Darren Gooden and Scotty Roberts and Dean Elgar. They're keeping the pressure on these young guys, so it's real good. So I think we've got a little ways to go, but it's all about getting the combinations right.
So Ria De Silva finishes over the head with her first delivery. Still Grimshaw holding 1. Arneson drew a second shot for McIntyre with her first bowl. Now McIntyre trying to devise a plan to remove the shot bowl. 2 seconds the Marlborough side does have. The risk for them is the quantity of bowls that the Kiatoa side has beyond the head. Arneson asserting a little bit of weight on this one, but she's going to be a fraction too wide and lose her bowl. First time we've seen Arneson play with weight, and as often is the case, the line becomes a lot more difficult to determine.
They've got 2 seconds.
Grimshaw will be hoping for another bowl on the head here. From Hannah Rio da Silva, the 5th-year player, started at the Bluff Hill Club and now at the Omaranui Club.
She's on a good line, Grant.
Already this season she's combined with Grimshaw to be part of the winning Hawke's Bay Open triples side.
Very good line.
Flops in, and I suspect that is too. And Grimshaw also won the, or at least Grimshaw did win the Open Singles this season as well, continuing on that remarkable record she has in the 4-bowl game over in Hawke's Bay. Delightful to see the Grimshaw side here. First occasion, I believe, for the front 3 to come to the Taranaki Open Fours, and Grimshaw obviously is the instigator of that, having played in it a few times in the past. McIntyre's side on debut. Wonderful effort it is to make the final.
Bit wide here, Grant.
Yes, McIntyre looking to push through the 2 count-in bowls. And I'm sure the great man Dave Baldwin, if he were still alive, inspecting that delivery, would remind Jane McIntyre of the old adage, when you're down, play narrow.
And if you didn't with Dave, there was a cloud of smoke.
So Grimshaw falls beyond the head. They've got a fair cluster behind there, does Grimshaw, as well as holding 2 on the head. So this head has been built up a lot better for the Hawke's Bay side. But these conversion shots, the ability to play them, are so crucial.
She might have dropped her weight here.
She's adjusted both the weight and the line, and in fact hasn't reached the head.
Yeah.
Grimshaw making reference to the back bowls that they do have.
There really is.
There is a risk, however, that the jack could go in the different or wrong direction.
What do you want, girl? Okay. Just fall for a third shot. Okay, girls upstairs, you're drawing up for third shot, please. Like, where she's just put a block. Pardon? I think she's really blocked my draw there. Yeah. it is
Some
there.
deliberation going on here.
Hey, which is third shot? Which is third? Hey, which is third?
Grimshaw asking which is third shot. Points out the McIntyre bowl. So on the backhand side, looking for a bit of movement.
She's after that third shot.
In fact, she hasn't reached the head either.
No.
So it'll be just 2. I guess there was an opportunity there that Grimshaw alluded to, that had she got onto the jack, there was a chance that the Hawke's Bay side could score perhaps 5 or 6 shots. And I guess, Alan, you've got to weigh up that percentage of whether that risk is worth taking at this stage or picking up 2 or 3. What's your view on that? At what point during the game should you be taking a risk, a chance to get a number?
Well, it could have gone real sour then if she had got onto the jack and sliced it sideways, or if she'd have trailed it into her own bowls, it would have been okay. But at least she's scoring and she's got back onto the board. She's only 8 behind. There's plenty of ends left, and I'm quite surprised that they've gone back to a short end.
It's most probably a 3/4 length, this one. Certainly not full length. But yes, when you say the differential is only 8 and there's 13 ends to play, at least 12 ends to play, with completed 13, it certainly doesn't look like it's a forlorn hope. A 3 or 4 and it's all on again, isn't it?
Oh, very much so, and it's about getting bowls there as quick around the head. It's like the lead's got a reasonably close one now, and if she can just correct on that there, the pressure's going on. Scoreboard pressure does a lot of things to some teams.
And even I can just detect in Grimshaw's demeanour and voice, the enthusiasm's coming back. The frustration has disappeared.
Look at her, she's standing on the head again now. She's not way back on the bank. Yep.
As Sarah Weeks gets an improvement on her first. Very good second bowl. And the pressure swings back to the Marlborough side now. Judy Hopgood taking some care and attention over this delivery. Well grasped. Going to come around and sit in second position.
Good second.
Sue Rogers on reply. Great line, but that metre of winning so desperately needed on that bowl. Even if she had an extra 2 metres of running on it, that would have finished in a very good home. Franklin preferring the backhand side. Just see the punishment that you get if you do not take your green.
Oh, she'd narrow again.
So Sue Rogers' second bowl. Going to pull up short and narrow, but it does block that side, which could cause some discomfort to Larita Franklin. Two teams, of course, now really battling to apply the pressure to their opponents. Franklin,
well pointed here.
Franklin on the forehand.
Well pointed. Good bowl.
You called it, Alan. What a great shot from Larita Franklin. Very competent delivery.
See now, Grimshaw's got no back bowls.
So the pressure swings back to Rio da Silva. Needs to get a wick, but gets nothing. Grimshaw indicating the wider berth that is required. Todd Arneson, all those years of experience, the glue in this side. Light and tasty.
You won't be happy with that.
Draw for second. That ball's in your way to get back there. Draw for second. Your weight's good.
So Hannah Rio da Silva. Push this one out wider. Needs to clear the Arneson bowl but won't. So McIntyre still calling the tune. I suspect it's 2 that they hold. And of course with Grimshaw picking up 2 on the last end, she really needs to put together, does Natasha Grimshaw's Hawke's Bay side, a succession of ends to reduce this deficit. Arneson will swap to the forehand side. They believe it's a clearer path.
She's narrow. She might get lucky here.
Swings underneath the shot bowl and finishes at jack level. Unsure whether that bowl will be counted, Alan.
2. I think it's only 2.
Arneson's just gone off the boil a little bit. She was certainly the outstanding player of the first 8 or 9 ends of this final. But as we all know, it's a team game. And on this particular end, Larita Franklin has been the member of the Jane McIntyre side that has given them the edge, the advantage. And Grimshaw needs to reverse that.
On the charge, yep.
Gets nothing. It's her own team's bowl there, the rusty brown one. She could hit that in to reduce the count, but ideally she would like to sit on the shot bowl square. No danger here for McIntyre. Drawing on the forehand side.
Narrow. Don't think she likes it.
Getting close to that bowl of Sue Rogers. In fact, she's hit that in, and that'll give second shot to Grimshaw. So only one, and it does create a better opportunity, I think, for Grimshaw as well. A more controlled shot there. Now she's got a wider target with which to work the head.
Set the bowl for 2.
Or turn in that Rogers bowl. Needs to clear that one. Won't clear it. She was in the vicinity, had good weight, but no result. So McIntyre has the luxury here of drawing with no worries. She can give it a bit more air. Her weight on her first bowl was not bad. However, this time she is a bit heavier. So it will be just a single to Jane McIntyre's Renwick side. And they therefore crib out to 17 shots to 8 in front of Natasha Grimshaw after the completion of 14 ends. And it just showed, I guess, again on that end, Alan, that one bowl can change the whole dynamics of the head. It was not building up favourably for McIntyre until Larita Franklin came along with her second delivery, changed her hand and drew a toucher.
That's what's good about bowls. You can't stop someone from playing a good bowl.
And moreover, I think, Alan, you'll agree with me here that if you draw a bowl 50 centimetres away from the jack and the opponent gets one closer, then all power to them.
Very much so, Grant.
So the first delivery from Judy Hopgood on this, the 15th end, is short, opening the door, so to speak, for Sarah Weeks. The southpaw from Omaranui and Hastings. A fortnight ago she won the Hawke's Bay Junior singles title. And she takes the shot with that bowl, but has still left a lot of room.
Probably a metre all around.
I see on the left hand of the frame there, Revital Fertilisers Taranaki women's selector Janice Ropertini keeping an eye on proceedings as well. It's been a busy fortnight for everyone involved in Taranaki bowls. And indeed, I said to the ladies at morning tea time here at Paritutu, I inquired with them as to what they were going to be doing tomorrow, given that the fabulous fortnight will have concluded. The response was surprising. They will be playing bowls. As Sarah Weeks goes into the ditch with her second bowl, and so that creates the opportunity for Larita Franklin to repeat what she did on the previous end.
Oh, green deer too.
And she was impressive yesterday in the semi-final against Paddy Symes. But a little bit too much running on this bowl. So wide open for everyone at the moment. Sue Rogers
Very good toucher, yeah. Just going to
gets
slide
part of the
by.
jack but trails it over to Franklin. Will she flop in, or
She falls in, she has a shot.
McIntyre indicating that I think it's still 1-2 the Renwick side, and there Briar Atkinson confirming that to be the case. Good effort from Sue Rogers. She gave it every chance. She was up to the head. This long length, much more difficult to contain.
Good. Yep, same ball.
Rogers' second delivery.
Yeah, I know.
Wanting to finish in the same position as her first.
She's a lot wider.
And she goes into the ditch with the bit on top as well. And this end will become difficult for Grimshaw to penetrate. Shall Arneson remove the closest bowl that was delivered by Rogers for the Grimshaw side? I just see Arneson, Ellen, over the last few ends has played quite a few short bowls, and when you get to this time slot around 11:30, 12, quite often the greens can start to sweat a little. Do you think that is the case today?
Yes, it is, Grant. It's pretty common at Paritutu that around that time they sweat and you just lose that half a metre of finishing.
I always remember the 1987 Dominion Pairs winning skip Peter Clark telling me one day at bowls that are you sweating when it was a very hot day? I said yes. He said, well, so is the green.
So very true.
So Arneson has dropped well short again. She has completely lost that weight that she had down to a T for the first 8 or 9 ends of this game. But Franklin's bowl still holds shot. So McIntyre holding one. Grimshaw asking her no through Hannah Rio da Silva to reach the shot bowl.
She's got a lot of weight on this one.
Comes off a short bowl, hits the Franklin bowl, rolls it down. I suspect though it still is one to McIntyre. But there are 2 second shots there now for Grimshaw.
Oh, she'll be reaching right up into this, I would imagine.
And what do you think McIntyre will be doing here, or what should she be doing here, Alan?
She's got to get another bowl there, handy. Even if she gets in Grimshaw's way, but she's got to try and draw down to the head here, Grant.
McIntyre on the forehand. Going to come up well short. Grimshaw into it quickly. Breaking in towards the head. They're having a good look at this. She just skims down the outside of it. McIntyre's first bowl, in fact, is out. Arneson directing McIntyre to change her hand to get in a catching position. And she believes, and rightly so, that that is more likely to be achieved by playing on the backhand.
Gets around that bowl, she's pretty close here. She's just got to stop now.
Around it she is. Breaking in towards the head, in fact. She finishes in an excellent position. It'll be 4th shot and the backest of the bowls.
No.
So Grimshaw looking for movement. Pushing through the head.
Depends on her weight here. She's got a similar
Just
line.
down the outside again. So 1 to Jane McIntyre. Takes the score through to 18 points to 8 in favour of the McIntyre side after 15 of the 25 ends. The last 2 ends, Alan, we've really seen neither team stamp any authority on them. We saw Franklin on the 14th end draw an excellent shot, and on that last end it was a jack trail from Rogers to the Franklin bowl that gave the point to the McIntyre side, but really neither side has built strong or large heads in the last few ends, and for Grimshaw to score a number, that is most probably what they require.
Definitely. They've got to get, like, here's a good leads bowl. It's just over the jack by a metre, but it's behind. And if your lead can't set it up, it makes it hard, and then pressure goes on the 2, and 2 doesn't get there, the pressure goes on the 3. It's
So now we see
another short bowl.
yes, Sarah Weeks drops short, and we see the body language from Grimshaw, the frustration of almost a plead to get up to or beyond the head. Hopgood with her second one. Needs jack movement but won't get it.
Pile to wait on.
I think a lot of us have fallen victim to that over the last fortnight, Alan. After those sandwiches and scones and cream and jam pikelets at morning tea, I'm pleased that this fortnight is over and I can stop piling the weight on.
Well, as a member of Paritutu, I'm quite used to that.
So Franklin will play the forehand as she did last time coming this way.
Our midweek Gilroy and Avery, we have.
Well played, Larita Franklin.
I'm sure people only come to play for the afternoon tea.
Well, I remember the great R.L. MacDonald, famous most of all for winning gold with H.H.J. Robson at Dalkeith in 1962, saying one of the great things about bowls is that there is always food around somewhere. And unfortunately this end, Alan, other than the Franklin bowl, we haven't got a bowl within 2 metres of the jack. Still trying to determine whether the last delivery from Sue Rogers is within the confines of the rink.
One of you girls.
And they have detected, I believe, that it is not. So McIntyre will remove that bowl.
In a final grunt, you often get an end where you can possibly pick up a number, and that's when they get scattered like this. You've got to be able to get in there.
And Franklin has played another good bowl here. Touches the jack, pushes it closer to her first bowl. They're 2 very good bowls from Franklin. Makes it very difficult for Grimshaw. As one of the
See this just sailing past.
as one of the earlier pioneers of coaching in New Zealand, Con Ma always maintained the no 2 and a 4s team is the backbone, the person that will either consolidate or build the heads or destroy them if the opposition have built them favourably. And Franklin has done so on these last 2 ends in this direction.
She's back on target here. No.
Weight from Arneson was not bad, but she had declared that and didn't. So Ria de Silva, Alan, has an enviable position of basically a spot draw here. and she trickles through the head as well by a couple of metres.
Good green. Perfect green. Just that 2 metres away again.
Big opportunity on this end for McIntyre. They can really consolidate their advantage.
Wouldn't want to slice the jack though.
And slice the jack though she has, Arneson. And that in fact will have taken the 2 shots away from McIntyre, and it may well be that Grimshaw even has the shot.
Grimshaw has a shot according to Breyer.
A dreadful slice of hell there from Arneson. Rio de Silva falls well short. Arneson will be disappointed with that. Franklin had built a very good head indeed. Arneson was narrow with her first bowl. She didn't give it enough air with the second either. And she'll be calling on all her experience to put that disappointment behind her on the subsequent ends. Quite often you can see a bowl can change the momentum of a game. In this instance, McIntyre has the opportunity with 2 bowls to turn the head back in her favour. McIntyre breaking in towards the head. She falls in. Jack level. Not far off being shot.
Ooh, Natasha's narrow.
Grimshaw pulls up well short as well. McIntyre attempting to draw the shot.
Ooh, she's narrow too.
And
2 good weighted bowls, but just overcorrecting.
Grimshaw back on the forehand side, quickly down with the delivery. First sight is the best one. Gets a wick off a short bowl. That won't help the cause ultimately though. As Arneson inspects the head, which is taken out 1 for the Hawke's Bay side. And they're deliberating as to whether there is a second. Arneson, with the assistance of Rio de Silva, measuring for second shot. Don't have the tape terribly tight there at the moment. And it appears to be only 1. So a single to Natasha Grimshaw. Hastings side. A composite side that's based out of the Kiatoa and Omaranui clubs. They go up to 9. They still trail the Renwick / Springlands side from Marlborough. 18-9, Jane McIntyre leads. And
This is where Grimshaw's lead has got to put the pressure on.
So Sue Weeks leading off on her forehand, the southpaw. Turns her back on it. And Grimshaw in turn goes and sits on the embankment. I sense, Alan, that 2 or 3 good scoring ends now from the McIntyre side would really blow the game apart. But conversely, 2 or 3 good scoring ends from Grimshaw would tighten everything right up.
Oh yeah, well, Grant, it's 25 ends. Really, the game doesn't start till the 21st end. And if you can be close then and applying the pressure, funny things happen.
Weeks goes flying through, and they're wise words indeed from my co-commentator, Alan Batley. They're wise words because he won this tournament in 1993, 1997 and in 2015. So he's been there and done it in the 25 end marathon. Weeks finishes over the top. Rogers really needing to get something close to send.
They've got to get something close.
Of course, part of the difficulty that the players are facing is the length of the head is varying quite consistently. So we had a 3/4 length end last time. The end before was a long end, and coupled with that is the breeze that is coming in from the northern end of the green, which, as we look at the picture at the moment, the players are playing into it. Franklin draws a second shot, but is still through by a good 1.5 meters. Weeks has adjusted the weight a little, but has left it slightly wide. Still 1 to McIntyre. I guess the perception of a lot of observers, Alan, would be that these players are now into day 6 of this tournament, and they should be firing on all cylinders, but conversely there would be a train of thought as well that some of them will be getting a little weary as well.
Yes, the 25 ends takes it out of you. There's no two ways about it, but it's all about the practice you put in before.
So Hannah Reid Silva sneaking in towards the head, and she sneaks inside the bowl from Judy Hopgood and takes the shot for Grimshaw. Dot Arneson. She's been wayward the last few ends. And she got a slightly fortunate sit on that ball because she was steaming through.
Was heading towards the ditch, Grant.
Rita Silva with her second. No sits on there for her. Extra couple of metres of running from her first delivery. I guess it's just the consistency of repeating the delivery technique over and over again. Arneson walks in to An earlier bowl delivered.
Natasha's got to put one on top of this now.
Certainly one of the looser heads that we've seen over the last couple of days.
Conditions are good. Speed of the green is good. The slight breeze, but
Grimshaw on the backhand. Needing to clear the traffic up front, but she won't. Effectively all the skips have here is a spot draw. Jane McIntyre, she's charging through as well.
Natasha can be half a metre wide here and still draw the shot.
I guess, Alan, the struggle that the players are having with the weight on this end is caused primarily because of the shortness of the head and the fact that they have been playing longer ends up until this point.
See, now that's a good bowl.
Although she does pull up short and does not enter the count, it does put more pressure on McIntyre to be more accurate with her line. Needs to clear the traffic, and she has. Now it's a matter of stopping. This is a good bowl from Jane McIntyre. She draws the shot, and there's great delight from Dot Arneson. She appreciates the significance of that shot. A one down to a one up might not seem like a lot in a 25 end game, but given the nature and position that these two teams are currently at, it is an important delivery indeed. That single to McIntyre carries her side to a 19-9 advantage after 17 of the 25 ends. Hopgood, with her first delivery, gets initial applause from McIntyre, sensing that the direction of the bowl was good.
It's a very, very good opener. It's handy.
And I guess, Alan, in a team game like fours, the best response or the best applause that you can give a fellow teammate is by playing a good bowl yourself, to back up the good one that they themselves had delivered.
Well, it sets the tone for the team. We've got to be inside that last bowler come in.
Hopgood has adjusted her line slightly.
Big overcorrection here.
Searching for a sit that wasn't there.
I would have got a growling from one of my skips in my earlier days if I'd have played that narrow. If I wanted you to finish there, I would have played you on the other hand.
We will abide by a no names, no pact rule philosophy, Alan.
Yes.
As Larita Franklin on her first delivery. back on the backhand side, despite playing the forehand so well in this direction the previous two ends. And she's left that one well short.
Good green.
Sue Rogers out of the crouch position. Needing more running on her delivery as well. As another big truck rumbles down to Port Taranaki. Doesn't seem to affect the players. That last bowl has forced Franklin a little narrow. She has got weight on board, but she hasn't been successful in touching the jack at all. McIntyre waving her hands around. Rogers changes to the western side of the rink and is high, wide and handsome. So there were the instructions from McIntyre. She wants Arneson to get to approximately the positioning of the Sarah Weeks bowl, sitting at 3:15 in the picture, but Arneson in fact is going to draw the shot itself. She touches the jack, most probably only one still, but a much closer shot than what the McIntyre side had previously. Rio de Silva lining up. Early indications are that she is wide, and she is.
Don't think she got that away very well, Grant.
In fact, it's out of bounds, and Grimshaw has collected it from the rink. Arneson, a little heavier with this one. More wide than anything though. It's a useful bowl on the head. It's most probably fourth shot. Grimshaw in a position here, Alan, where she doesn't really have a lot to play to, does she?
No, it's not looking a very good head at all for her.
Again, her and Hannah Rio de Silva are in a position where they're left basically with just a spot draw. And as mighty an effort as this is from Rio de Silva, she won't adjust the head. However, it is a bowl over the head, and one which Grimshaw may be able to obtain some value from.
You know, she's got to pick up the bare jack, and it's...
Well, it's a fine line down on that western side as Rio de Silva played. And if she is a fraction wide, she's on the outside, she hits another counter in. If she's slightly underneath it, she's going to swoop away. The third shot bowl there, as we look at it at the moment, sitting at about 3 o'clock. That's the bowl that belongs to Judy Hopgood, the lead for Jane McIntyre. And it really is blocking the passageway in on that side. However, the other hand is blocked as well, so Grimshaw doesn't have many options as McIntyre draws.
All down to weight here. She's got a pretty good line.
Pulls a metre short. Again, that woods up that side even more.
too wide, tee back, and we're all good because you're there now. Yep. So if you come here and try and punch the shot, if I sit it and stay, we'll get two, won't we? If I go wide and punch Kitty, you're there. We didn't have anything there before.
See, Grimshaw's searching for shots here now.
And we could hear the conversation there between Rio da Silva and Grimshaw looking to come down and sit through the shot bowl and stay for two. And she's close. And she removes the shot bowl. Has she moved it far enough? No, Arneson says. It's still 1 to McIntyre. Right shot selection there. Excellent attempt from Grimshaw, but she didn't get the bowl full. And I guess that was as an indication of what you're saying again, Alan, that she's chasing the shot.
So watch McIntyre come down now. She's trying to put on a covering bowl. So she's just
McIntyre.
drawing to the jack, and she's right on line here.
Just half a metre short. Rio da Silva checking to see whether that's in the count.
I'm really trying to play the same shot. We won down anyway, so if Kitty went back over there, we'll just hopefully go down one.
Bit of frustration coming out. Grant. She's going to have to reach again.
Grimshaw playing a similar shot to her first. Searching for the shot bowl. This one won't bend in time. Close but low percentage. So we suspect it is 1 to Jane McIntyre. And that confirmation is now received. Taking McIntyre through to a 20 shots to 9 advantage. After 18 of these 25 ends. I think part of the frustration for Grimshaw is that there is nothing really for her to play to. There are no numbers sitting there. There are no opportunities really, other than about 5 ends ago, to actually convert a head into a number. The end I refer to was when a long head, which Grimshaw picked up a couple, and she had 4 bowls just beyond the head as well, but she elected to not take that risk because she could have spilt the jack unfavourably and gone down. Hopgood's first bowl is well pointed, albeit a little short.
This is an important bowl for Grimshaw.
Sarah Weeks out of the Omarunui Club in Hastings. Still a junior. One of the best there is in the Bay.
This is a good opener. That's the closest bowl they've had for quite a while.
Judy Hopgood, fellow club member of Renwick along with Jane McIntyre, searching for what we believe is her first senior centre title. Weeks has left this one short and wide.
Lucky to come alive.
Franklin onto her preferred backhand. Needing to touch something, otherwise she'll trundle on through, and she has done just that, trundled on through. Top of the picture there, I can see Aidan Zitterzein, part of the greenkeeping team here at Paritutu. He'll be relieved as well that the fortnight comes to an end as Rogers passes on through. Zitterzein, of course, has been selected as a member of the Cook Islands Commonwealth Games side to compete at the championships in Birmingham in July. Distinctive New Zealand flavour to that Cook Islands side as Franklin drops short. So it's Grimshaw still holding one.
Don't rip it out.
Rogers,
That's a better ball.
Rogers goes through by a couple of metres. So the inability of the Hawke's Bay side to build heads and apply pressure to Jane McIntyre's Marlborough side really has been the difference between the two teams at the moment. McIntyre showing a little bit of edge as well, as Arneson drops well short. She hasn't had that problem alone. In fact, most of the players in this game have struggled for consistency, particularly after the morning tea adjournment. They were most probably like you, Alan, and ate too many of those cream and jam pikelets.
Correct, Grant. I thought it was you, actually, that had all the pikelets. I liked the scones myself.
I can assure our viewers out there that both were of high quality. As Arneson gets a very good correction on this bowl. No indication from McIntyre, but it must be close.
One to McIntyre.
That's the experience coming through from Dot Arneson. Rio da Silva has left this one narrow. And again, Grimshaw swaps over, basically being left with a spot draw or the need to invent something. McIntyre, who so accurately drew the shot on the backhand side coming in this direction last time. If she can repeat the dose with this ball here, it will certainly give her side a large advantage.
Back bowl going in here.
So Arneson gives that bowl from McIntyre some applause. Grimshaw plays on the forehand side, looking to draw the shot.
Very close here.
Jack movement would be of benefit as well.
Just slips past.
So Grimshaw continues to be in the area with her deliveries. But at the moment there is no cigar.
McIntyre is looking to draw up and sit on those two bowls.
See the breeze moving the players' clothing around. McIntyre's left this one short. Wasn't a bad attempt. But if Grimshaw can just move that jack, she'll formulate a count of 3. She needs them.
She needs them.
So on the forehand side she comes with more weight, and she won't get the turn with the extra weight. So Rio de Silva checking with her fingers, and she concedes. Arneson's bowl is the closest. One shot to Jane McIntyre takes the score through to 21 points to 9. We've played 19 of the 25 ends. 6 ends remaining. And therefore the run rate for Grimshaw's side becomes to an end. We actually saw a scoreline of 21-9 yesterday as well, Alan, in the semi-finals, with McIntyre leading Bowls Taranaki patron and life member Patricia Symes by the same score. And Symes came home late, but still fell 3 points short. It's going to be a tough ask for Grimshaw from here on, particularly so if they continue to play the way that they have been. Hopgood has thrown a long end though and done the cardinal sin of putting the first bowl in the drink. I could imagine some of the more illustrious skips in this club, such as Adam Collins and Darren Gooden, not being very happy with a delivery like that.
Yes, old Darren would have just looked up and give you a gentle reminder, get back on the job.
Weeks has been unable to take advantage of the situation, and she drops 2 metres short.
That's been the story of the game though, Grant.
So Judy Hopgood, the 6th year player from Renwick and Blenheim,
is overcorrected.
And of course the inconsistency, as we said earlier, Alan, the inconsistency of the length. The long end followed by a short end and vice versa means that it is much more difficult to be consistent on the draw.
Yes. Here's a good correction.
Weeks has done well here. Much better. Larita Franklin on the forehand side. I've detected during this commentary that she seems to prefer the backhand, but by God, whenever she plays the forehand, she plays it so well.
That is a top bowl.
It certainly is a top bowl, and we've seen it on 2 previous ends in this direction on the forehand side as well. She impressed yesterday in the semi-final, and she has again today produced some excellent shots, and that's as good as any.
Another handy bowl.
Ballant attempt from Rogers, but she's just out of the count. Franklin reverts back to the backhand side.
She needs to run another metre.
Won't quite do that, Alan, but it wasn't a bad attempt nonetheless. I guess the change there to the other side was necessitated by the fact that the 2 catching bowls, should the jack move, both belong to the Grimshaw side, and that's what Rogers is endeavouring to do here.
Gone to a good home.
Just slips underneath the jack, so it's still 1 to Grimshaw, at least 1 to McIntyre. Grimshaw with 3 seconds and 3 good catches. Dot Arneson looking to cover those bowls, and she has made a pretty good effort of that. Finishes in an excellent home. So this is one of the best heads that Grimshaw's side has compiled. It's Hannah De Silva reaching up, and just on the outside, of course, there isn't much room for error here, Alan. It's a very narrow target area.
If this just drops under that, comes across the line there, it's going to be... Oh no, it's storing enough room.
Offers a degree of protection, but I think I agree with you, Alan. To get to the shot bowl or the jack, you most probably just have to be underneath that one. There is an opportunity here to sit the bowl or move the jack, as Ria De Silva.
She'd have got a little touch on that, she'd have picked the jack up.
Played it more aggressively, and on that particular camera angle that we can see, it gives the impression that the weight that Ria De Silva played with that last bowl is what is required now.
I think that's where the Taranaki teams have got a bit of an advantage, or the speed of our greens is probably a lot different to other areas, centres.
Well, of course, that can be an advantage and a disadvantage as well when Taranaki players move out to other parts of the other parts of the country. They can at times encounter greens that are slower, and it is the skill of the bowler to be able to adapt. So Jane McIntyre on the backhand side, narrow, won't achieve a lot with that. Really though, I guess she's in a position of hoping, not saying praying, but hoping that Grimshaw misses. One at this stage is like gold, as Grimshaw reaches towards the head, slightly underneath it, in the vicinity, but the target area is so small.
And that was what I was meaning when they're playing a swinging shot on our greens. It's quite a hard shot to play.
Former New Zealand selector Alan Bolton was a great believer on these quicker greens that you play two shots.
Draw and drive.
Because the weighted shots, even though you get close to the target area, the success rate with them is so small. Grimshaw with her second delivery into one of her own team bowls, and that does nothing, so it's going to be a single to Jane McIntyre, all thanks to the wonderful shot drawn by Larita Franklin that took away the advantage that Natasha Grimshaw had at that point on the head. And that single to McIntyre carries the score through to 22 points to 9 after 20 of the 25 ends.
In the last 4 ends, McIntyre scored 4 singles, which is all pressure building up on Grimshaw's team.
So Jane Hopgood leading off,
on her forehand side. She's swapped around a bit today, using both sides of the rink.
She must favour her forehand, Grant. She's been playing around the clock a little bit.
Sarah Weeks looking for a jack trail but doesn't get it. So the second delivery from Hopgood.
Well greened.
And unfortunately, Alan, this is not one of the better ends we've seen from the leads. Both wayward.
Seem to be having trouble going back towards the sea.
Franklin. She'll take the shot with that bowl. A metre through. Sue Rogers draws the shot back for Grimshaw.
Interesting to see if they can make a correction with their second bowls here. It's a good line this time again.
Rita Franklin needing it to run out. McIntyre applauding. Close. Rogers' second bowl will walk through the head. Arneson on the forehand.
She comes in under that bowl. She's played a good green, just a metre short.
The breeze just holding the bowl up. So Ria De Silva.
She's got the weight. She's got green.
Well pointed. You're going to move the jack a little. Clearly the shot itself, whether it's 1 or 2 is a moot point. Anderson comes all around the short stuff.
Very good bowl.
That's clearly second shot. It is a well played shot, Alan, you're right. Second shot's excellent fishing for the McIntyre side at the moment.
Yes, at this stage of the game, one's not going to hurt them.
Ria De Silva with her second, looking for a repeat of her first, but she's left this one well
Way
short.
short, Grant.
Good consistency of line, but not so the length. McIntyre has a good opportunity here. Sit the shot bowl or touch the jack. Arcing in towards the jack. Ballant attempt.
Good green, just to wait.
So Grimshaw here left again, Alan, with pretty much a spot draw, and that's it. Should be a little disappointed with that. McIntyre's brought her line in with this a little too much. Good weight control though. I can't see any numbers on this end for Grimshaw, Alan. In fact, McIntyre's thrown the mat back on the embankment, and Grimshaw has elected not to play her last bowl. Somewhat surprising, given that she's chasing points.
Can't quite work that one out, Grant. I was thought, well, there's no way they can pick up a number, but she could add to it and make it.
She could have certainly drawn a second shot, I believe. So a single it is to Grimshaw, but Jane McIntyre in Wicken Marlborough leads by 22 shots to 10, and we have just 4 ends remaining. And this the final of the 70th edition of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours Tournament.
So you'd have to be happy with the last fortnight, Grant? The weather, bowls.
We all like to take credit in life, don't we, Ellen? But there is no one in Taranaki bowls that can take any credit for the weather that we have enjoyed. Sometimes in life you get lucky. And as Doug Trott experienced in 1984, sometimes in life you do not get lucky. Of course, I refer to the 1984 tournament, that being the only edition out of the 117 from the men's or the 70 from the women's that was never completely settled, because the final was declared a draw after the greens were flooded. This indoor complex was not built in 1984 at Paritutu, but they encountered numerous delays through the weather. We've been most fortunate, not only this year but really in the last 15 or 16 years, to barely lose a round in either tournament. But aside from that, Alan, the aim is always perfection, and there's always one or two things that occur or crop up which you can never be entirely happy with. However, the vast majority of decisions and actions that have occurred over the last fortnight have been successful, and I think the best testament to that has been the feedback from so many of the the players, both local and visitors, over the degree of enjoyment that they have experienced from both competitions. So Grimshaw, by virtue of Sarah Weeks' bowl, holds one. Franklin with her first attempt whistles through. At this stage all McIntyre's looking for really is a close bowl or two to deprive Grimshaw any chance of a number. Sue Rogers' second delivery is well, should be close to second shot, but well beyond the head. Would be a surprise if it was to count in that position, unless there was jack movement.
I think the shot might be one down now.
Franklin was able to reduce the intensity with which she delivered that bowl.
And gone to a very good home, making it hard for a number. Ooh.
Grimshaw holding one. As Sandra Zitterzein creeps up to us in the commentary position and believing that we haven't eaten enough,
two to Grimshaw.
forces in front of us a box of lollies. Yes, Grimshaw holding two. Arneson with her first bowler short. So it's two to Grimshaw. Really needing the 3 or 4 hairs a minimum.
Don't think that'll be in home.
No, she's out in the woods. It is alive, but well out of the count. Arneson therefore. She's going to pull up well short as well. So Grimshaw holding two. Needing all of these and some. So Grimshaw's first delivery now. Looking to come around those bowls. Perfect weight. No indication from the players whether it's in the count or not. Quite a lot of woodwork on that side, Alan.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that she chose to play that hand, actually.
McIntyre on her forehand.
She comes here. We're real close to drawing this, Grant, if she gets around that front bowl.
She's not quite going to get around it though.
No.
Yes, Arneson starting to get a bit excited. Of course, a shot now really to the McIntyre side would really be a final nail in the coffin of Grimshaw. Playing with weight is Grimshaw. Hits up one of Weeks' bowls. So that'll be 3 shots now to the Hawke's Bay side. Well played. Big bowl this one from Jane McIntyre. Had good weight with the first. Just needs a little more air.
Certainly wider this time, Grant, and looks like it's heading in the right direction.
Arcing in towards the jack now as this bowl from Jane McIntyre.
Number 1.
And can you see the delight from her no 3 Dot Arneson? It's shot to Marlborough. And that is the sort of shot that we've become to accustomed to witness from skips that win this tournament, including the great Rhoda Ryan. Dear Rhoda now with her maker. Would be delighted to see her niece draw that shot there, and it's not the first time we've seen that from McIntyre in this game. Indeed, we saw it on the first end when she was 4 down and she drew the shot. So even though her side has held the upper hand, she has contributed greatly to their success in this game and throughout the tournament. Of course, McIntyre commenced her bowls at Kaikoui and also was a member of the Queenstown club before finding her place in Marlborough. And she has, in that time in Marlborough, collated a couple of centre titles, including the pairs and triples at the Champion of Champions in 2018. But I suspect that this could well be her biggest moment in bowls that we are witnessing today.
A good opener.
So a differential of 13 with 3 ends to play. It is all uphill now for the Grimshaw side.
2 handy bowls.
Judy Hopgood with her second bowl, even a little bit short. But all the pressure is now on the Hawke's Bay side, and Weeks has come across the body and played that one narrow on her forehand. Larita Franklin. Excellent line. Really important, I think, at this stage for the McIntyre side to get a bowl over the head, even though it is still relatively early in the head, Alan. Grimshaw's chances of scoring a number obviously are going to need a little bit of jack movement, although Rogers has left this one short as well.
Yeah, this bowl really wants to match the back blue bowl.
Larita Franklin going to finish in a similar position to her first bowl.
Not a very good bowl for a 2. Had to be over the head, Grant.
Sue Rogers looking for the jack.
Here goes the jack. Oh.
And I think that there is a clear indication to the McIntyre side that they need a bowl just over the head. They hold 2 or 3 on the head. Of course, they're happy to drop a single or even a 2 at this stage of the game. The only chance that Grimshaw conceivably has is to get some jack movement.
Here's a good bowl. Split those 2. Nice.
The wise old head of Dot Arneson. All those 38 years of experience in bowls come into fruition. And there still is high hopes for this Hawke's Bay side, Alan. The front 3 players are all relatively newcomers in the game. Rio Da Silva, who's delivering this bowl now, searching into the head, and she's going to hit Franklin's bowl a little closer. She's only a 5th year player.
Which is real good to see that they...
Sue Rogers, the number 2, is a 6th year player, while Sarah Weeks is the current Hawke's Bay Junior Singles champion. So they've got big futures in the game, and a tournament like this will have done them a power of good. An understanding about endurance and concentration. So Rio Da Silva with her second bowl. It's into the short traffic.
She's got the shot out of it.
Yes, Grimshaw indicates 1. That won't worry McIntyre too much at this stage.
I was just going to say that, Grant. I don't think McIntyre would be too worried. She'd be looking where she can drop a 2 or a 3. She'll be just probably covering.
McIntyre will play the forehand. She's going to pull up over the head, but in a not dissimilar position to Arneson. Grimshaw looking to add to the count, needing to add to the count. Hits that bowl. That's the shot itself. Indication though from Arneson is it's still just 1. So Jane McIntyre looking to promote her own bowls. Gets the bowl of Arneson. Doesn't quite bring it into the count.
There is a shot. Oh no, I thought she might come.
And Grimshaw's sticking to the draw. Needing to get another sit. In fact, doesn't need the sit, does she? I think she most probably did, so it'll only be a single. Arneson takes out 1. Rio Da Silva looking for more. Arneson isn't prepared to give her any. And one it is. So after 23 of the 25 ends, Jane McIntyre is in pole position, leading by 23 shots to 11 over Natasha Grimshaw. 2 ends remaining. They need 2 sixes to tie it. And Alan, you've been in this position before, leading the Open final with a large margin as the ends count down. How does it feel?
Well, it doesn't really matter what the scoreboard says, Grant. You just play end by end. And I know the first one we won on the last end. We were tied 24 all, we won 25. We've managed to scrape a single out of it. But the scoreboard pressure,
But there must be some real emotion starting to build within the 4 Marlborough players. Their first time at the Taranaki Open Tournament. And here they are now, building towards victory.
Oh, it's really emotional, really. It's
Judy Hopgood trying to cement that victory for the Marlborough side has opened well here.
That's a very good opener. You've got to really keep the emotions in check and just play your bowls.
Sarah Weeks' second delivery after being well through with the first is short. And even now, the chances of getting a 6 on this count, Alan, are significantly diminished. Another reasonable bowl from Hopgood gives McIntyre 2.
And really it's shut that hand down. Comes a one-hand game now.
Reasonable response from Sue Rogers. Won't take the shot. It's still 1 to McIntyre. Rita Franklin.
Good bowl. Good home. Over the head. Split those 2 bowls.
Sue Rogers just trying to get close, and close she's going to be with this one. That's the shot.
One's not going to hurt them, Grant.
Most certainly not. As a minimum, Grimshaw needs a 4 this end to mathematically still have a chance even. So Grimshaw asking Rio De Silva to draw another shot. Reasonably weighted bowl from Rio De Silva. It just won't quite turn as much, and it'll be just out of the count. So Grimshaw holding 1. Really facing an impossible task here at the moment.
pretty well pointed here.
The experienced Dot Arneson breaking in towards the head. She's not going to get the shot, but she's going to finish in an excellent position. So I'm sure there's great delight going on in Marlborough at the moment.
It'd have to be.
The champagne bottles will be getting pulled out of the fridges. They'll be ready to uncork them. Unsure of the arrival time of the McIntyre side in Blenheim this evening. It could well be, Alan, similar celebrations to those famous National Fours victories that have been encountered by Marlborough sides in relatively recent years, especially those two involving Lloyd Gallop.
Yes, I'd imagine that had gone to the early hours of the morning. I know my first ever win at the Taranaki Open with the guitars were still going early hours of the morning.
Well, Alan, I've never had the joy of experiencing anything like that. I've always been in bed by 9 o'clock because I'm still yet to experience the joy of winning a club title. Grimshaw, short and narrow. There's a sense of inevitability about it now. It is a little academic. You cannot deny the Blenheim side.
Oh, she's drawn this. Touch her.
McIntyre reaching into the head, pulls the jack,
Look at
trails it out the side. That's the shot bowl to McIntyre. And really there's no chance of any numbers there, Alan.
No chance at all, Grant.
Grimshaw's only hope is to burn the head.
Jane McIntyre played brilliantly against our team.
Grimshaw
Friday.
misses. No signs of conceding yet, but it clearly is going to be a win to the Renwick side from Blenheim. In fact, McIntyre has declined not to play her last bowl.
Now the emotion sets in.
Grimshaw concedes, and it's victory to the Marlborough side of Judy Hopgood, Larita Franklin, Dot Arneson and Jane McIntyre. They've run out 24-11 victors. And this is the 70th edition of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours. They have deservedly beaten the Hawke's Bay side of Sarah Weeks, Sue Rogers, Hannah Rita Silva and Skip Natasha Grimshaw out of the Kia Toa Club. They have done so in a most emphatic style. In the opening stanza of this game, they led by 15 shots to 2. Grimshaw brought it back to 15 shots to 6 at the morning tea adjournment. And on their resumption, it was the McIntyre side that controlled the game still, especially McIntyre herself and Franklin as well, both producing a couple of excellent shots to wrestle the advantage away from Grimshaw. McIntyre built the better heads, and that resulted in a number of, or succession of singles that they scored in the second half of the game to run out the victors by 24 shots to 11. For his after-match comments, I hand you over to three-time Taranaki Open Fours champion Alan Batley. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Grant. It was a good final. Probably McIntyre's team jumped out to an early lead, and unfortunately Grimshaw's just struggled to get enough bowls on the head. But other than that, it's been a great week, and there's been some tremendous bowls played, and Taranaki Centre, all the workers have done a great job in it, and hopefully the weather stays this way for the Nationals in 3 weeks' time, and we'll see some great bowls played there. Thank you very much to everyone. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you, Alan. So there we have in front of us, having their photos taken, the victorious side from Marlborough. Get ready to greet them at Blenheim Airport this evening. Judy Hopgood, Larita Franklin, Dot Arneson and Jane McIntyre, your 2022 Taranaki Women's Open Fours champions. We extend our grateful thanks to Bowls New Zealand for their assistance in bringing this coverage to you, and to you, the viewers, we thank you for your attendance as well. This is Grant Hassel sending you off from Paritutu Bowling Club in New Plymouth.